Lena Play, música.
Bring the action. Bring the action.
Y nos dormimos a las 10. Ando rezándola yo para repetirlo otra vez. Y nos fuimos en una, empezamos a la 1. Y con la nota rápido nos dieron las 3. Perramos toda la noche y nos dormimos a las 10. Ando rezándola yo para repetirlo otra vez. Quédate, que la noche sin ti duele. Tengo en la mente la pose y todo lo mío. Que ya no quiero nada que no sea contigo, 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 contigo. ya no quiero nada que no sea contigo.
Used to steal your parents' liquor and climb to the roof. Talk about a future like we had a clue. Never planned that one day I'd be losing you. In another life, I would be your girl. We keep all our promises, be us against the world. In another life, I would make you stay, so I don't have to stay. You were the one that got away, the one that got away. I was June and you were my Johnny Cash. Never one without the other. We made a pact. Sometimes when I miss you, I put those records on. Whoa. Someone said you had your tattoo removed. Saw you downtown singing the blues. It's time to face the music. I'm no longer your muse. But in another life, I would be your girl. We keep all our promises, be us against the world. In another life, I would make you stay, so I don't have to stay. You were the one that got away, the one that got away.
Don't you worry about a thing, 'cause everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. So don't you worry about a thing, 'cause everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
This is how we do it, baby. This is what we say. It's a lo que tú y yo vamos a hacer. Don't you worry.
Don't you worry about a thing.
'Cause everything's gonna be alright. senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses
mastique, mastique, trague, trague, mastique. Yo contigo ya no regreso ni que me llore ni me suplique. Entendí que no es culpa mía que te critique. Yo solo hago música, perdón que te salpique. Te dejaste de vecina la suegra con la prensa en la puerta y la deuda haciendo. Te creíste que me viste y me volviste más dura. Las mujeres ya no lloran, las mujeres facturan. El amor lo que hay un paso, por acá no vuelvan a casa. Cero rencor, bebé, yo te deseo que te vaya bien con mi supuesto retraso. No sé ni qué es lo que te pasó, estás tan raro que ni te distingo. Yo por 2 por 2 de 22, cambiaste un Ferrari por un Twingo. Cambiaste un Rolex por un Casio, baja acelerado, dale despacio. Mucho gimnasio, pero trabaja el cerebro un poquito también. Fotos por donde me ven, aquí me siento en rehén. Porque todo bien, yo te desocupo mañana y si quieres traértela a ella que venga también. Pa' tipos como tú, a ti te queda grande y por eso estás.
we hit the spot. Whoa.
I'll take you to the candy shop.
Yeah.
One more taste of what I got. I'll have you spending all you got.
Come on.
Keep going till you hit the spot.
Whoa. I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot. Whoa.
I'll take you to the candy shop.
Yeah.
One more taste of what I got. I'll have you spending all you got.
Come on.
Keep going till you hit the spot.
Hello, hello! Welcome everyone to yet another stream, We're live. It looks like we're live. Right. So, how's everyone doing? How's everyone on the chat doing? We have some follicle music. Alright, so it looks like we're live, on YouTube, looks like we're live on Twitch. So the stream shall begin. I'm just gonna turn the music a bit farther down. Alright. I think that you should be listening to the music as well. Please let me know if it's too loud, too low. I can change it. And I can adjust it just as we need. Alright. We don't need to be wearing the hoodie. Okay. So, what are we going to do on today's stream? Today we are going to continue programming our trusty webpage. So yesterday we managed to get the selection thing working. Well, we actually only tested this part, and I'm fairly sorry that something over here might not work just because we are listening to the key apps event, and then we are looking at the event key, but what I put on here was the key name. So this should be event code at least. I realized that just later on, so I ended up the stream. I changed that last minute, I didn't test it, and I was like, that quite doesn't make any sense. And it indeed didn't. So yeah, we have this thing that is more or less working. But this thing has a major, killer, disruptive issue that won't allow us to see which element is selected. So we have to think about how are we going to implement that. I have given it a bit of thought. I have had it just like something in the background. I don't want to make like a really big change on the current application, just because this is like a minor feature, and the application honestly doesn't deserve that much love. It deserves some love, but not much. So the way that we are gonna implement this specific thing will be just to add some IDs to the elements that we are putting. So this is the list item element that we are creating. So we have our lists just like here, and these lists contains elements, and this is the shape of the elements that we are putting into our lists. So as we can see, they have a class set to item, the class name, but they don't have any ID, though they could have. So right, so what we are going to do is just to add an ID for them. So item.id, I guess this is just how you do that. And what's this ID gonna be? So when we are creating the items, we are accessing to the item text. So we have an item from the item list, and the create item just grabs in the item text. So instead of grabbing in the item text, we should grab in the whole thing. We should grab in the item. And we might probably want to rename this whole thing. So this one, instead of create item, an item action, and so far so on, they should actually be called elements, because that's the name that it's facing to the outsides, and it's also how HTML stuff is called. So we are gonna call here create element. We're gonna just rename these things. This one will be add element. That's fine. I want to do a query replace all just in case. Create element action. Alright, so that also makes sense. Oh, actually, doesn't make sense. Okay, so on the source we're iterating over the items. Then we are mapping the button actions, grabbing an action and creating an element action. This could be called item action or element action. I guess that element action makes more sense. So element action. So this is probably a better name. So create element with the item and the element actions. Yeah. So we are already, when we do the create element actions, we are already using the item ID over here. I don't really remember what we were using that ID for. But yeah, we'll figure that out. Let's continue with our renaming. So this would be add element, if I know how to type, add element. And over here we are creating the element button, and here we are creating element, and now we are taking we're actually taking an item. So yeah, we will figure out. So we're using the text, so this would be item.text, and now this would be item.id, and this will not be called item anymore. This would become the element. Alright, so let's change all of our items, old items into new elements. Alright, so this makes more sense. This makes way more sense. This will be the element button. Yeah, that makes sense. Finally, we are making sense of ourselves. Alright, here we are creating element buttons. And here, finally, we are creating element action. Hey, have a random and funny suggestion. Go ahead. Throw your random and funny suggestion at me. Alright, create button action. It's silly, but you might find it entertaining. I mean, you are building up the expectations. I hope you are up to the expectations that you are building. So don't let me back. Don't let me down. Let me down. Okay. Alright. So this would be an element button. We've named item all of the things, and item were just the things, at least. So now we are facing the consequences of our previous actions. If you could choose anyone to see get tickled as a prank, who would it be? Someone to get tickled as a prank. I mean, tickled as a prank. Just in FIFA. Okay, going with the singer theme, I would pick the guy who sings Speeches. I don't know his name. Pizza song. Author. We're getting closer. Jack Black. I would pick this guy, Jack Black. Let's see if we can find any picture of Jack Black. Right. So this guy looks like funny but serious at the same time. It's a bit fluffy. It has some beard. Like I think that he would make a good subject of being tickled. I say Justin as he's quite arrogant and he tried and act tough. Yeah, good. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think like Justin would be like with his arms closed, like trying not to. It depends because I think Justin Bieber has had like different faces, right? Oh, let's see. Justin Bieber. Let's see what's his latest face been at. Do you think Justin is a good choice? Yeah, I think it's a good choice. Like, I wouldn't want to sing this face of Justin, like early Justin being tickled, but it has like a bit more, like, I don't know. I've seen it like more grown up on recent videos. These pictures don't seem like too recent. But yeah, I think that Justin, I mean, he's a cool guy. At the end, it turned out that he was a decent musician, which at the beginning didn't quite look like he would be. So I'm happy for the guy. Do you think Justin would be ticklish? I think he's very ticklish. Ticklish. I don't know. I guess he doesn't look like he would be, but I don't know. Maybe he might have like tickles on the feet, tickles on the arms. Like sometimes you don't got tickles all around your body, equal ways. So I don't know. Imagine Justin crying, laughing. That would be funny. Yeah. That would be really funny. I mean, he's a cool guy. Right? Yeah. Oh, the feet are often really sensitive. Yeah, I'm actually like talking about feet. I don't really have tickles on my feet for whatever reason. I'm not a really ticklish person. But yeah, random fact. Just if you wanted to know, just in case you wanted to know that random fact, there is it for you. There is it for you. All right. So yeah. Are there any ticklish persons on the chat? Are any of you ticklish? Maybe not something that people might want to share. So yeah, I'm imagining one person on each of his feet and he's laughing loud. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah. All right. So now. Our elements will be created from items and we will have an ID. So that would be a thing that our elements would have. Now, you have a thank you. Yeah, I mean, like, life's to be enjoyed, life's to be, like, love is a very, very important part of life, I would say. Like if you don't laugh, like you're missing out. You're missing out. Yes, my feet are very, very ticklish. That's nice. I mean, yeah. As long as it's not an issue for you, which I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. But as long as it's not an issue, that's always fun. Right, so we're just doing some quick renaming to our lists, well, to our items, because we have leaked the item name all around our source code and not everything was an item. So we're trying to fix that. How long should Justin get tickled for? How long should it get tickled for? How long? Like, I don't know. There is a tickle machine. Yeah, I mean, maybe not for too long. Like tickling someone for too long might be considered some kind of torture. Like he might stop enjoying it as at a certain point. So that would be the point where you stop. You wouldn't want to let that run in forever. Like just in case, maybe he has fun all the way through and everything's fine, but you don't want to be hurting anyone, even if it's with tickles. Like, you never know. All right. So elements with IDs, and there should be a function over here that updates our sources. So the thing would be just enough that he's crying and laughing. Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, maybe not crying, but yeah, just enough. That's it. That way. All right. So what we want to do in here, rather than removing every item and add them back again, we want to filter the source items by the ones that are not on the list and the ones that are on the list, and for the ones that do you have a non-celebrity choice for the non-celebrity choice? Not actually. No, I couldn't say so. Like I'm not at least up to my mind at the moment. So we want to take our elements on the list and filter them within the ones that are on the source and the ones that are not. So const elements on source would just be the HTML list dot filter. We would want to provide some kind of function that does the filtering there, and the elements are not on source. We would also do some kind of filter. And now we would want to iterate over the elements that are on the source. Actually, for the elements that are elements only on source. Okay. So there are elements that are, of course, all of the elements are on the source. So there are elements that actually elements on the list. That's exactly what we want. On the list, and elements not on the list. So for the elements that are not on the list, we want to add them. That's fine. And the elements that are okay. I'm getting the name incorrect this time. So we want the elements that are not on source. Actually, let's just call them about what they are. Elements to remove. That'll be better. To remove. Yeah. And elements to add. Yeah, that's way better. So for the elements that are to add, we add them. And we add them at the end of the list. And for the elements that are to remove, alright. Oopsie, for the elements that are to remove. Alright. And the ones that are on add would just be like this. So this would be actually, instead of elements, this would actually be items. Items to add and elements to remove. Okay, getting the naming correct. Everyone gets this. Like, we get a source of items, like a source of truth, and whatever we have on the web page. We go through whatever we have on the web page and figure out which things need to get removed, the ones that are not yet on the source. And we go through the source and figure out which items that are on the source we need to add onto the list. That's fairly clear, fairly straightforward, fairly simple. Alright. Cool. And how do we delete them? Let's query Mr. Google about how do we delete those things. Mr. Google, or JS, remove element from remove child from element. Alright, what does Mr. Copilot would answer our question. Unless remove child. Alright, I'd rather read this. Remove list, remove child, list first. Okay, so we just call on remove child with a child, of course, with a child. Element. Alright. Alright, so this is fairly straightforward, and now we just need to figure out which two filters do we need to find the elements. So the elements to remove are, here we get an element, and these are the items to add, and here we get Foxit. Okay, here we get an item. Right. So how do we figure out that? So for the item and for the element, we just need to take the ID and search it on the other thing. Does JS have a list contains or something like that? JS list contains. As you can see, not a includes. Okay, includes would be the function that we want. So you can see I'm not like a JS developer, but JS is as easy as any other language to write. So yeah, and thus our HTML list include an item.id. Actually, thus includes contain line some sort of comparator, some sort of comparison function. Yeah, the includes JS includes with custom comparator. Includes with custom comparator. Okay, doesn't seem to be quite the case. The includes method determines whether an array. No, that's not the case. Okay, so custom comparator. This is the same value zero algorithm which compare values directly. Now, oh, find index. Alright, that could be the thing. let's try that. Let's try using find index. Like find index would be the equivalent function like on C++ or whatever. So let's try using that one. Find index. Do we have, oh, predicate. Alright, a predicate that gets the two things and returns a boolean. Find calls predicate once for each element on the array as it's ascending order, returns -1 if, okay. So our predicate would be element on here, item on here. Now we have our lambda function thingy, and we want to return if this thing is not -1, right? So that's the thing that we want to return. And over here what we want to return is actually if element the ID is exactly the same as item.id. Alright. And this would be just the same function that we need to use over here, just with the things changed. So this would be the item, this would be the element, and just to be slightly consistent we can put these two things at the oops ID. Alright, so invert the order of those. Okay, item.id. So we now have to test if this is working or if it's not. Alright. Okay, we fucked up something here, and is this thing. Right. So did we got what this function does correctly? Number index. Okay, yeah, we got this correctly. So this is more or less what we want. We can probably put this like inline, just to make it slightly more concise. Don't really like it in line. Alright, so we're happy with this. So elements to remove and elements to add. Okay, let's test this. Testing will tell us if we are utterly and completely wrong or if we are utterly and completely right. So let's just try to add a to-do. Alright. And we seem to be utterly and completely wrong. So we got an error over here, just where you can't see. So type error HTML list filter is not a function. Oh, I see. So we cannot do this directly. We want to go through the children, I guess. I think we've already faced this issue. Like HTML list is like a list in HTML. So children, items, tiles, child, open child, remove child. Yeah, not really. Where are we using this operator? No. Okay. So apparently we have not used that yet, though I thought we had. So maybe it's just children. Let's try just using children. Children. All right. Let's try that. HTML list dot children dot find. Oops. Oh, many buttons and none of them were the correct one. Children. All right. Alright. Let's see if we are in the right or if we are not. Right. So they do. Oh. Alright. Children is not a function. JS get children of list as an array. Right. Array from, you have to use that forcefully. Huh. That's bizarre. That's bizarre indeed. So yeah. I mean, given that that's the case, given that that's the case, I'd rather not use this filter. Like the filter and so on is fairly cool. Like it all looks nice, but it's not too efficient to just be creating lambda functions and lambda functions and lambda functions all the way through. So let's instead create a new function that is get elements not present or something like that. Filter elements not present. Filter elements, maybe just. Alright, this gets a item list and an element list. Alright, and we want to do just something like creating an empty array, const result. Alright, this would be where we put the result. Now we go for, actually this will be slightly wrong. Let's just call this list 1 and list 2 until we get a better name. So for element of list 1, this would be a const element of the list 1, and then we iterate over all of the elements of list 2. Element of list 2 if element 1 dot id equals to element 2 dot id. Alright, then we break. And we might as well have a const let found equals to false, equals to true. Here we can say that we have found the thing. Found equals to, actually found equals false, found equals true, and here if found, then we do result dot push and the or element. Alright. Are we listening to something that has copyright? Because this music feels like has copyright. Okay, no. It's flowers, but apparently flowers without copyright. I guess we can just return result. Alright, so this is more or less what we want to do. And now, would it be with found or with not found? I think it's with not found, the thing that we want to do. So missing, missing. Oh, actually. Yeah, actually what we want is this missing. True. We want to get the elements that are not present. So missing false, missing true. So we start with missing true, then if we found it, we say that missing false, and if not missing, then we add it. Okay, so that's better. Now to filter our elements, we just filter the we just filter the elements using this thing, children, and the source. Alright, and now we do exactly the same thing, but just altering the order of the things. So alright, source. And actually we cannot use source, we have to use source.items. Right, dot items, unless when we are calling update list we are already providing the items, which could very well be the case. We're not calling update list. What's this, Isa? Update list. We do. We give the items there. Alright. So we don't have to do items over here. Though we could maybe. Oh, that's fine. Right, let's refresh our web page and let's see what it breaks now. Okay, so it hasn't broken, but it hasn't worked either. Hasn't broken, but it hasn't worked either. So let's real quick over here, console.log elements to remove, console.log items to add, and it's bothering me just a slight less. It's bothering me just a slight less that we have this console log randomly dangling over here with every keystroke that we produce against the body of this web page. So we are just gonna remove it. Right. So both of our items are empty. Both our items are empty. Right. So the items to add should have one element. Why doesn't it have that one element? Let's figure it out. So we go through the elements of both lists, and if haha, at least that one was wrong. So let's reverse and let's put a blue. Alright, still doesn't quite work, but we have found something. So if the thingy is present, so we want to do this if it's missing then. We want to do that if it's missing. So yeah, let's try again. Alright. And yet still all lists are empty. So this of course can't ever happen. So let's just do a console.log of our element 1 and element 2. Alright. Let's create a new to-do. Okay, so we haven't been reached that console.log, which is quite sad. Let's install, call list1 and list2. List2. Have any of you chatters already figured out what's going wrong? I guess you probably can't. Like whenever you are coding, it's quite hard to reason about the code. Whenever you are watching, it's like, oh, there it is your issue. So we indeed have our item over here, and we indeed have our HTML collection, which is empty. So that's fine. Now we iterate over both of the things. Oh, but one of them might be missing. Yep. So which one's coming first? So the items are... Ooh. Okay, so first HTML collection, then item, okay. So on which one? Okay, so we have the source first in the items to add. Okay, this is at the wrong place. Of course that was the issue. Okay, so easy to solve. And let's just add another trusty to do, and we are making progress. We have mistyped something. Element element 1, actually element 1. Great. Alright, let's add another new to do. It's working. Okay, let's see if we can move this element from one list to another. It's working. Looking nice. What happens if we have two to-dos? To do 2. Okay. To do 3. First try. Okay, so that's good. we have our trusty to-dos, trusty to-doing, or moving around, or to-do lists, Okay, so we can just remove this unfortunate console logs that we needed over here. And now, whenever we are adding something to the list, instead of refreshing, well, first of all, instead of refreshing the whole page, we are just looking at the list. And within the list, we are only refreshing the items that have indeed been changed. Either they are new or they are gone, but only those items. So that's really good. So that was the first part that we need to solve. Now the second part is what happens if we want to give special properties to one specific item. So to do that, we want to update an element on a list. So instead of updating the list, we want to update element list. So we give this an item. Let's also rename source for items. Okay, so this will be an item and an HTML list. Now we want to do HTML list dot find by ID. No. How do you find something by an ID? JS find get element by ID. Okay, we had it here. Alright. Can we find by ID on any element, or do we always have to do it on the body? We seem to be able to do it on any element. So item.id. Okay, sorry. So we search by the item.id, and here we get our const element. Right, so given a list, given an item, we have found the element corresponding to that item on the list. And now we want to update it. So we can have, instead of just update, we can have a select element list item HTML list. We can have an unselect and we can have one more, which would be edit. Right, and edit element on the list and save element on the list. I'll commit the element on the list. Yeah, that's right, commit. So we have these functions that we want to implement. The first one, selecting the item, should be fairly simple. We just have to go to our CSS, figure out where we have the item list. Yeah, so we have the item list over here, and we should have something like an item. Right. Does this have a color? Right, doesn't quite have a color, but we could add something like selected, and yep, color white, and here color light gray, for example. Right, we want to do that. And for element management, what we want to do is to do element dot class name class equals selected. Is it done like that? How do you append things? So JS append stuff to class name. Let's see. Okay, so apparently you did like that. I thought that maybe there would be a way of viewing the class name like you know, like a list, but apparently there's no way to do that. And over here we want to do element dot class name dot replace selected by nothing at all, const selected class name selected. Right, so this is how we want to operate. Right. Yeah. If element dot contains includes select class name, just in case. Right. Oh, awesome music. Yep, so we have that, and what do we have to do now? What do we have to do now? What we have to do now is to whenever an element has changed or has rather become selected, so whenever the selected tells us that something has changed, in here what we have to do is to call these functions appropriately, so the selected and the unselected functions. Alright, so this is what we want to do. So whenever the selected change, we want to select it actually on the web page. So we have to figure out which item has changed and which list has changed. Thankfully, our trusty selected button has two helper functions to help us do that, which would be get item. So this would be our item const item and the const item and the get list. Actually, get list on the selected doesn't quite return the list, right? It does. It does. Everything works. Everything was carefully designed to work. All right. All right. We're making progress, boys. We're making progress, boys. So we have the item. We have the list, and now we select the item on the list. All right, but what were to happen? What were to happen if our selected is not actually active? We haven't thought about that. So if selected dot active. Oh, issues. Oh, active. So if the selected is active, then we want to select. If the selected is not active, then we want to unselect. Unselect. And here, unfortunately, we will have an issue. We will have an issue, which is, yeah, we might want to have two different events. So one to select and another to unselect. But yeah, let's test first if this is actually doing something. So you see the issue, like, you select something, you select something else, and now you will end up with two things selected, but you only want one because you haven't unselected the other one, because you get both things with just one event. So issues on the paradise. Now what happens if we press Q? Nothing apparently. So OQ is delete, is space. Okay, so space is the thing that selects. So what happens if we press a space? We could What type error failed to execute dispatch event on event target. Parameter 1 is not type event. Add selected.toggle. Selected.toggle seems not to be working as expected. Selected.toggle. Alright, maybe it's time to add our console log back again to see what the hell is going on. So let's quickly refresh this thingy. Let's press a space. We see that our key code is indeed space. So that's good. Selected.toggle. Selected.toggle. Alright, so that means that we are reaching toggle, and here when we are dispatching the event, this is not quite being of course, new event with this thingy. Alright. We found the issue. So how many of these things we have? Yeah, just we don't actually want to query replace because that will be the definition. So yeah, rough. Okay. So what else do we have? This Shaija. We have it over there. We have it over here. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Alright, alright. So, yeah. Okay, okay. Okay. Let's just create our to-do. What? Oh, I see what's going on. So now our CSS tells us to do this on white, which might not work, so it's background color. Background color. Right. Not just color, background color. Alright, let's refresh our page. Let's create our new to do. Alright, now press space and we get no. Get element by ID is not a function. Okay, we're making progress, so that's not quite working. I was kinda hoping that it would. I was kinda hoping that it would work, but doesn't seem to be the case. Doesn't seem to be the case. I was kinda hoping that. Let me actually check if there's any chatter on YouTube. Oh, there's a chatter on YouTube. Oh, quite a long time ago. Sorry, my guy. Sorry, my guy. Hi. I only get alerts of tweets chat. No, I'm still working on supporting YouTube chat as well. Alright, so Jakes, so you guys on the tweet chat are the ones that I can read. I get notified if you ever type something, so if you want to say hello on the chat, please say hello on the chat. That would be amazing to see if you were to say hello on the chat. Otherwise, if you don't want to say hello on the chat, it's perfectly fine. I understand. But okay, so we have our items. Why is the background color for this white? Have I just changed that? Whatever. Whatever. I guess that this is not needed, right? Why would I want to have that? Let's see. Yeah, that was not needed. Who would have known? We're still somewhere printing the collections, so let's get rid of that. Alright. Alright. Yep, so let's create a new to do. Okay, let's hit space. We get this error, and this error was the error that we were trying to fix right now. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so then to do this, we don't really need the HTML list. We just need to have the item, and then we do document here. I guess that's fine. We just search on the whole document. That's actually not ideal, but Let's see if we can figure if we can do that better. JS search by ID inside element. So not on the whole document, just inside a specific element. That would be preferred if we could do that. Get element inside element by class and ID, by class name. Yeah, why was this thing not actually working? Like maybe I just mistyped the function? No. I don't know. Let's refresh. Let's see what's going on. Alright. Do. Okay, so we got further. But why was this not quite working? Was it because of the list? Console.log HTML list? Like, does this thing not have a get element by ID, or is that thing just not an HTML element? Let's try to figure that out. Oh, item list. Okay, so the thing is that it's not, yeah. So that's actually the issue. Okay. Alright, so that's the issue. This list is one of these lists and not an HTML list. So that explains why it was not quite working. Now, how do we fix that? So, yeah. And okay. Const HTML lists inputs dot to do list inputs dot done list inputs dot on progress, it was called inputs dot on progress list. Right. So these are the lists. So here, rather than doing this, we have to come to the selected and use this thing. Wait. Dot list and the HTML lists with this thing. Alright, so that should work now. Did it? Okay. So this thing doesn't have a get element by ID? For real? No way. Really? Document dot get element by ID to do a list. Document. Okay. So our thing is there. Dot get element by ID. Really? Oh. Okay. Alright. HTML element of prototype dot find ID. Okay, so you really cannot do that. Impressed. Well, we are not gonna have that many elements either way, so I mean, I guess that this is why React and so on got popular. Now we know. Now we know. Okay, so you cannot do that. Unfortunate. So on the elements, we're just gonna go back to what we had there. I mean, we could implement it manually, but there's not much fun in doing that anyway. Alright. So document it is. Document it is. Okay. Document document. Okay. So that's fine. Not really an issue. Not really an issue. We can now, of course, just delete this. So that's gone away. And we can do this. And we don't need this anymore. Alright. So let's see if it works now. Let's create a to-do. Alright, Control F12. Developer console. Okay. Element that includes is not a function. Alright. Yeah, it's not element that includes, but rather element dot class name dot includes. Okay. Dynamically typed languages, am I right? Dynamically typed languages. The new feature of this century. The new feature of this. Oh my gosh, it is working. Oh no, I wanted to test the space. So it goes selected. It goes selected. So that's exactly what we wanted. It goes selected. Okay, so we can select items. Let me quickly do one more thing, which is driving me nuts. So enter. Whenever we click on enter, we want to selected, actually main. Whenever we click on enter, is enter. What do we want to do? Inputs dot button add to the button dot click. Right, let's see if that works. It works. Okay, so now we can use enter to create our things, so that's great. I guess that we can do the same for save. We might want with more logic in here, not just that. If inputs dot add, no, to do text dot how do we query if input is active or something? HTML query if input is active. Okay, let's see if we have some YouTube chatters. We seem not to have any YouTube chatters, and also Twitch chat is fairly slow. So someone wants to say something. Now it's your chance. Now is your chance. Inputs active element. We retrieve the currently active element is in document.active element. We define an array called inputs. What? Check if currently active elements is in any kind of input. Then check if element is input or selected dropdown. Check HTML. Check if user is typing on input element. Alright. Alright, monkey pass. Yeah. Yeah. Really? HTML check if cursor is on input. You might want to figure out which the correct query to give. The lowercase node name. Yeah, that's not really what we want. How to detect whether a recursion is in text field? Let's just print the target here. Maybe that's all what we need. Console.log event.target. Let's see if that's what we need. So whenever we are here, we have to refresh, of course. Add to do text. Save text. Okay. Either event.target equals inputs dot add to do text. Then we do that. Else if save text inputs dot save button dot click. Alright, and for the save button we want to do one more thing. Alright. Oops. Wrong button. Correct button. If file name dot not file name return. Right. So now we should be able to do a to do, enter, come here, oops, okay, so file name equals to that, return. What? Okay. Alright. Cannot read properties of undefined at the selected item list equals of the girls. If item equals to null, then we just don't do nothing. Yep. Maybe this on space is not the best idea because space will be used a lot. Yeah. Let's do Eva. Okay. Else with this. Alright. Eva. Event code equals to enter. Alright, and then we click. Okay. This is better. This is better. Okay. That's good, that's good. That's good, that's good. Yeah, yep. So now we can come here, do refresh and do a to do, enter, hit a space, and that works. Okay. So now what we want to do is to also throw events on the unselected case. Alright. Okay. That's one thing that we could do. And that thing that we could do, yeah, but we are trying to be like somewhat efficient, so let's not do that. Dispatch event. Okay. Yeah. Let's stop the music for now. I'm a bit bored of the music. Oh. Is the bitrate not good? I thought it would have been. Yep. Whatever. Let's see if this is all going fine. And it is. Okay. Let's drink some water. Let's check how our videos on YouTube are doing. And they're actually doing fine. There's people watching the Musicalizer, which is good, good. Okay. Alright, so the meal prep people seem to have liked the one of the meal prep. So maybe just take care of that one. Meal prep is actually on entertainment maybe, and the dogs should be meal, food, meal prep, meal preparation, curry, chicken curry. Alright, saving the changes. Oh, this short has done extremely good for whatever reason. Oops. Let's also change the volume of the visualizer. Music, visualizer, visualization, animation, stream, obvious. Alright. So we are doing good on YouTube. Alright. That's good. Okay, so back to this. On the selected, we are throwing an event whenever something has changed. Yeah. Let's do it like this. And let's do it like document dot get by class name. And the name of the class will be selected class name. Okay, so for const element of this. Unselect element. Element. Right. Alright. Okay. Let's do this. To do add. Yep. Oh. Alright. We got an error. Selected element list is okay. Icky. We've just renamed them. Alright. So we can add I to do. Come here. Doesn't seem to be quite working. What about this? Not really. What about doing this? Right. What about doing this? HTML collection. Oh, wow. What's going on here? List item dot item selected. Okay, so it gets the thing. It gets the thing. But now, why is it not being unselected? Unselect element. So we take this and do the same thing with the 0, and now we do unselect this element. Alright, dot class name dot replace all selected by nothing. Oh, does replace not work in line? Does replace not work in line? Would that be the case? Would that be the case? Alright. Let's see. Let's see. To do. Okay. Alright. So that's better. So that's better. Okay. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Yes, yes, and focus input element. Oh, blue. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Main. if event dot key dot code is escape. So how does this get printed? Escape. Okay. Escape. Then what we do is that we do inputs dot text dot blur and inputs dot add to the text dot blur. Alright, great. Input no selected dot deactivate. Okay, so sorry, I need to refresh. Escape. Event code is not defined. Event code. Alright. Yeah, let's see. Escape. Okay. Okay. You can select. Why is pressing space clicking on that thing? It should be enter, not space. That's a bit weird. Oh, that's quite weird. But whatever. Okay, so the ups and downs are not quite working. Oh, the ups and downs are not quite working because of the ordering of the things. Yeah. Yep. So where's that implemented and selected? Yeah, so we changed the order in there, but on here, on the elements, when we add an update and so on, so here elements to remove, elements to add, and for the rest of the elements, okay, so for the rest of the elements, what we want to do is to just, so the elements to remove, we want to remove them. The elements to add, we want to add them. And the rest of the elements, we want to have them on the same order as the items. On the same order as the items. So we will have to go through the elements on the list and checking that they are on the correct order. So how can we implement that? We can just have a const ordered elements is equals to an empty array. We now order the elements in here, and we assign the HTML list children, equals to the ordered elements. So that's pretty much what we want to do. Now, the thing is that for each element on the HTML list, for each element of the HTML list, we want to look on the items. Well, rather we could do items dot index of and the search string. It's not an index of. How's it called? You do this dot something with index. No. Find. No. How do you find the index of something? Well, we could do it just with a for loop. Alright, so we would want to do something like this, but instead of using of, we want to use in, and now we would be using the index in source. For or item in source. So now if the element.id is exactly and only exactly the same as our source item.id, in that case we want to take our item and we put in our ordered elements at the place of the item. Oops. Alright. At the place of the item we put our element. Alright, and that's how we order our elements without altering them. So that's the important part. We don't want to alter the elements themselves, but we want to preserve the order. So now we want to create a to-do. We can hit on enter. HTML list is not iterable. HTML list is not iterable. Of course it's not iterable. But to iterate over their children over their children. Alright, so refresh the page. Let's write our trusty to do. Let's hit enter and we get a next error, reference error. Source is not defined. Okay, so source it was its old name and I guess I put it somewhere. So it's items. Oh, here again. Items, item ID. Okay. So we refresh our web page again. And now we create our to-do and we can play with our to-do. We can select it. Oh. Okay, so we can select our to-do and unselect it. We can add another to-do 2. Enter. Alright. We can select our to-do 1 and so we're trying to move our to-do 1, but it's just not moving. Something's not quite working. Right, we'll have to debug what that's not quite working. So it feels like we are getting the indexes correct. Though I'm not sure if we are correctly preserving the order of the things. So let's just really quickly console.log or input for items and console.log or HTML list dot children. And let's make sure that they are indeed in the same order. Right. So let's create our trusty to do. And here we can see that we have this list and that list. Here, of course, they are on the same order because there's only one item. So let's create another to do 2. Enter and let's move this out of the way. Now we have 2 items in here. So we have this item and this other list item. Alright. Okay. I don't exactly know what these are, but I guess that they are just like other references to this 2 ones. So 0 and 1 are the ones that we are interested in. Now, what happens if we select 1? Okay, we have clicked space. And now we flip them around. and we see that 4, 8 should be first, but on our HTML list 4, 8 is not the first one. Is not the first one. Okay, so let's try to figure out why. So we iterate over all of them, when the element ID equals this item ID. We do this and we can break. We can actually break. And we do ordered elements at the position of the item, and then we put the element. And then we put the element. So yeah, is this correct? Maybe the children are just not getting updated. Maybe that's what's actually happening. To select, move, and 9.5 should go first. 9.5 is indeed first, but the HTML collection has not been changed. Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. Huh. Whoa. Maybe we cannot do it like that. Yeah. Okay. So what if we did it like this? We do a copy of the children. Original elements. For element in original elements. If element ID original elements element ID equals dot, now we do HTML list children at the item position. We put the original elements at the element position only, and item not equals to element. So we only change those. Okay. So let's see what happens with that. Maybe that will actually work. Or maybe just the issue is that we are using an unordered list. So trying to order an unordered list may not be the best idea. So we don't need this anymore, and we don't need this anymore. Let's see what happens now. So we create our to-do, our to-do 2, select that one, and move. Okay. So they indeed have not been ordered. they indeed have not been ordered. Yeah. Okay. So what if this, instead of being an unordered list, was an ordered list? So ordered list, ordered list, ordered list, ordered list. There should be one more. Yeah. Ordered list, an ordered list. So what if we were to do that? Use an ordered list for ordering our items. Alright. Do two, select, no. That's unfortunate. Yes, change order of children. Right. So what if we change the order of the children? How do we do that? Okay. Wow. Next element ceiling. Okay. So we cannot treat that as a list. Apparently. Okay. Yeah. So so we want to keep all of the things in the correct order. So for doing that, we just get the original elements, and I guess that here we just put them just like this. Okay. So we will do the insert before thing, I guess. the insert before thing. Or just remove them all. We have the copy in here and we just put them all back in. You could also do that. Yeah, let's actually do that. Let's see. Git diff of there should be something like a wow. Okay, so this one. Alright, so we want to do something like that. And yeah, well, there's a last element. We do the HTML list dot remove child. Alright, so we take them out, and now we put them back in on the correct order. We put them back in on the correct order. And to do that, for items, for const item of items, what we do is that we do a for const element of the original elements, or we could isolate it like this, of elements, and now we do HTML list dot dot, how do you call that, append child, right? Append child. We append the child of the element, but we only do that when the if item.id is exactly equals to element.id, so we get them in order. And now we can just, once we've done that, we can just break. Alright, so that should be good enough. Let's see if it's good enough or not. So we have a do, we have a to do, we select one of them. Okay, so that's working now. Alright. Okay, so that's good. Now we have up and down working, but left and right aren't quite working. So to make them work, let's see here in our main, arrow left, arrow right, selected.move left and right. Let's see, selected.move, move left and right. Item to move, get list, remove, set list, right, get list, push, set index. Yeah, are we just not calling this? Like this should be working. Arrow right. Let me just quickly copy this thing. Arrow right. Is it not correctly typed? It's not. It was not. And what about the other one? Do arrow right, arrow left, but it's still not working. But it is still not working. Oh, we haven't saved. We did not save. Okay. Up. Okay. So now this is working. Okay. Okay, well. So whenever we move the item, we are losing if it was selected or not. And so that's bad. That's quite bad. So maybe these items should remember if they are selected. Maybe. That shouldn't really be an issue, right? If we did things correctly, that shouldn't be an issue. Because when you do this, on the left, I need to move, get list remove, set list push, and then you dispatch the event. So the event should be already there. The item should be already there. In which order are we getting these events? That's interesting. And that is quite interesting indeed, because we should be dispatching this event first and then this one and everything should work, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So can we here console.log selected event console.log selected event and over here in progress. Oh, this one's fine. And this done. Done event. Right. And let's stop logging this. And also let's stop logging this, which we don't need anymore. Let's see what happens. Selected event. After the done event, we are not sending a selected event. We are not. We are indeed not. Okay. Great. Okay. So this is working fine. Yep. That's working amazingly fine. That's working amazingly fine. Alright. Maybe we can avoid this fog. Right. Alright. So next thing on the list would be to implement the SDADQE WSDAD things. Let's see if we can do that. To do TD2 select. Right, so there has been nothing at all. Okay. Alright. So let's take a look at this. Would this be just the same issue? We're not sending the event. break, break, break. Right. Right. Okay. Break. Edit. So to do, to do, to do, to do. So the WASD are not doing anything at all. So we should be coming here. So we calling this. How it is not saved? To the two. No. Okay. And let's see. This dot set index with that. New. Get index. You want it. Right. Yeah. Set index at least. Also log this. Let's see. Let z. Let's the z. Do the one. Do the two. Oh, we are getting nothing. Change. What's going on? Change. Yeah. Change. Direction. Let's see what's going on. So weird. Not your properties of undefined. Toggle. So if there are no elements and we click on toggle, it breaks. And we click on toggle, it breaks. Yeah. Yeah. If there's no item, so get item. What does get item return? Get item. Alright. If this don't get index, const index, get index if index greater than list const list dot items list dot length items list dot get index. Okay. Okay. Right, so we are not here. What does he say? There we are. So it's toggle and then select it anonymous. Toggle. Dispatch event. Main. Undefined. item. Index. If index greater or equals log index console.log list. -1 -1 math dot max between this one and 0. Max mean this thing right. Okay, issues have been found, issues have been solved. Okay. So alright, get item. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So to select activate console if this dot get item no control return return so that's better. Okay. To the 2, to the 3. Now select one. We can move it. And we try to move the cursor, but it's not moving. Try to move the cursor, but it's not moving. So the change is just not being called. Change is just not being called. Oh, I see what could be going on. Is now the key code different? Is now the key code different? ES, okay, so that's the thing. E W S A D Q E. Alright, alright, alright. To do 2, to do 3, to do 4. We can move them, and we can change between them, and bring 3 here. Right, so special behavior for the movement. Special behavior for the movement. Selected. Right. We set the list, and this dot get list dot items of dot length equals to 0. Then we set the list again. And if that still provides nothing, so we are in here, we move. Is the list length 0? yes, no. We move is the last length 0. Yes, no, and we move one more. So 1 and 2. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, so this is fine. How you say do while method? Do while this dot get less than 0. Right. And the same with a plus 1. Alright. Yeah. Where's this at least used? Yeah, do I wanna have it wrap it up or not? I guess I do. So list percentage dot should be that one. So we do now we select it, we try moving, yeah, we got to do 2, we can do this. Now let's add a you do 3 and let's move to do 2 to here. Let's get back. So that's fine, but going to the other side is not fine. So to the right is fine, but to the left is not fine. So what's going on with that? To the left? Some modulus with that. So what's the result of this? Also log. Yes, modulos between x. Math.fmod maybe. Math.f. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Math modulus graph on 0. If list less than 0, then we want to do something special, and that something special will be length minus 1, no, length plus 1, yeah. list equals length plus -1 times list. To do. Alright, so the moving works. Now what else do we have to fix? We have to implement the deletion. We can commit this everything, implement dash m print selected moves, commit did push for this thing, yeah. And now we just have to implement. We just have to implement the edit and the delete. Edit will be a bit more tricky. Delete should be fairly simple. So selected dot delete. Should be just edit delete get list remove dot. So how do we delete again? With Q. So delete works. Okay, delete works. Yep. Delete works. So we just have to implement the edit. So that's the two things that we have left, to be able to edit an element and to see the timeline. To be able to edit an element and to see the timeline. Really nice, really nice. So to edit an element, we pretty much just have to main selected elements. So we give the text with a text. What else do we have? We have inputs, right? Somewhere. Input. The item. We don't really have to update the list. we just have to do something like this. Right. Document dot get element by ID const item id const element dot remove child element dot children 0. This should be const text get text of text. Now we have to create an input with that text. We have to create an input with that text. That create element, create input, I guess. Create input. It's honestly a bit late and I should go to sleep. But let's try to finish this. Well, not finish this, but do a bit more. So create input, we're trying to create something like this. Input, last name. These things have a last name? Nope. ID. Edit. Element dot title. Oops. title equals element in etiquette element dot text content create input with this item. Text. Alright. Yeah. Okay. So I don't even I have to get the children, remove children. And element dot add open child and create item, create input item. Alright, would that work? Would that work? Okay, so it's done something. It has definitely done something. Yeah, has done something. No, I'm not sure why this is just like this. Inspect, list item, and it just has the button. It only has the button. So it has deleted something. Okay. So element dot insert before node child. Remove child. This one. So what about this? What about this? Do escape space edit. Okay. Inspect. Huh. It still has the text to do, but it doesn't have the input. Why? Return element. Right. Do escape space edit. Okay. Right. Element dot first child. So let's see what happens with that. It's a bit weird. Node and child. Oh, maybe it goes the other way around. Maybe it goes like that. That could be. That could be. Let's see. What? Do escape space edit. Oh. Insert after. Yeah, that makes more sense. Do insert after this. Next sibling. Next sibling. So let's see. to do escape space edit, insert that function, yeah, insert before to do escape space edit. Alright. BBB. Okay. So that's how you do that. That's how you do that. Yes, set text of input. Inner HTML. Maybe. To do up, probably not. No. Alright. Input element. Value. Okay. It's value apparently. Value. Okay. All right. Okay. Alright, so more or less the editing part is somewhat somewhat long. It's not finished. It's definitely not finished, but yeah, we've made a lot of progress on this. There's a lot more beautification that we could do, but this is pretty much useful. This is pretty much useful at the moment. Yeah, yep. What's going on? Why can I not? Okay. Yeah. So on activate, to do maybe search on another list. Alright, so we could do that. What else we could do? What else we could do? Over here. Alright. To do save the edited element on enter to do go to add to text on enter alright on enter what else we could do what happens when multiple things are being edited? I guess that's fine. Are we giving something a unique ID on that? I guess not. I hope not. Alright, so this thing here should be edit element item. Edit element item. Right. To do save the element Alright. Why am I giving this an ID? It doesn't really need an ID. Multiple could be editing on the process of being edited at the same time, I guess. Okay, we have to do that. What else do we want to do? What else do we want to do? Start, stop, reload. Yeah, I think this is pretty much fine. Okay, I'm gonna just remove this thing. Key event. Const key event. Alright. Yeah. To clicking on an element should select it to double clicking on an element should edit it. Alright. Yeah, and let's also delete the elements with this. Delete and backspace. Delete and backspace. Backspace. Case. Backspace. Case. Delete. Fall through. Fall through. Alright. So those two should fall through. I guess that this one should also be J. I have some fall through here. Up, down should be K, I believe. Left should be H. And the right should be L. Okay, so... Oh! Hello! How are you then? I'm almost at the end of the stream. I'm fully tired and half falling asleep, but just wanted to do a bit more on my project. How are you doing? I was honestly about just to understand. I'm a graphic designer, but now I'm a bit interested in web development. Oh, that's nice. I mean, as you can see, I'm not a good web designer. Uh, I mean, I know how to program, not necessarily HTML. I'm more of a backend developer, I would say. And thank you so much. You're so kind. And yeah, as you can see, like the web page is not particularly pretty, but I mean, it is what it is, and I like things that just work. I don't usually put that much attention on making everything. I mean, it doesn't look bad to me, but I know that if someone imagine that you bought a product and you got this shipped, you would be like, oh, that's hideous. But it's effective. Like, I don't know. I'm more of a backend developer, I would say, not so much onto the UI. Well, yeah, I hope you have a good time learning web development. It's really easy. So I don't know, like this web is it. The problem with web is that there are so many options. I would say, like if you are just started, you will find that you have Angular, React, this framework, that framework, things that are not frameworks, HTMX. Uh, what's the difference between front end or back end? Oh, so yeah. So front end would be the thing with which the users directly interact, and the back end would be something that it's usually running on a server, but users don't interact with the backend. Other applications interact with the backend. One framework I know, Bootstrap. Oh, yeah. So Bootstrap, that's for CSS, right? Bootstrap. Yeah. So this is like a well, this is more like a library than a framework, I would say, in my opinion at least. Um, but yeah, this is fine. I've used Bootstrap in the past, though not too much. I just took some CSS classes from Bootstrap, put them on my elements, and put it away. But it looks nice. So as far as I've used it, it looked nice, beautiful to me. But yeah. As you can see, I'm not using Bootstrap on this project. I just made like a simple, basic CSS, breaking all of the things that you shouldn't do on CSS, like changing items directly, changing text directly, but it is working. It is working. So yeah. Mm-mm. Oh, I don't know if you have any question that you also want to ask. Otherwise, I feel like, oh, what are you from? Like, I'm interested on knowing where my audience is from. I'm trying to target, so I'm from Europe, from Spain, and I'm trying to target an audience that is more either on US or at least on, oh, Canada. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, so that's the kind of audience that I'm trying to target. So I'm doing a good job. And yeah, so English is not my first language, but I'm really trying to provide good content on English. At the end, it's something that either at work or with all friends, I've ended up learning, practicing. So yeah, you know, I'm trying to keep practicing it during the streams. Hoping to reach a broader audience by speaking in English. So yeah, hope you have a great day. Here it's 4 a.m. Just so you know. So it started like a late stream, and I was planning on a stream like for 2 hours more or less. 2 hours have become four, and now I'm just too tired. So yeah, thanks for passing by. Thanks for sending me a follow. I'm sad that I was just going, but I can't really can't handle it anymore. Like I'm gonna either fall asleep on the stream, which probably wouldn't be a good idea, or yeah. So have a good day, and see you around. Bye.